All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. Go ahead and close everything. I know you guys are working on another homework right now. I get that. That was your time on a break, but that's over. So just a couple things. First off, remember that your homework is due today by the end of the school day, so make sure that gets turned in. Normally it's by the beginning of class, but I'll take it as long as it's in today. Let me see here. What else? Oh, you guys have a test. Tuesday, Wednesday this week, so next 2 days. So you guys have that test there. This discussion is going to be very abbreviated, mostly because, well, a couple of reasons. One, I didn't have time to really make slides, and two, I only have 1 day. So I'm going to leave out swaths of information again. Again, Wikipedia articles on these things go into way more detail than I do. While you can't cite them as sources on your papers because education is stuck 50 years ago, you can glean a lot of information from it. Okay, and yes, that does bug me because like Wikipedia articles tend to be more cited or have better citations than most research papers. But we're moving on. All right, so first one is perhaps the most famous disaster, and this is the Chernobyl disaster. I apologize for the picture quality. Any high-res image of the Chernobyl thing was quickly shut down by the Soviet Union because, duh. They didn't want that really being publicized. So that is the only free image that I can use. So there it is. That is the top of the building, just completely just gone because there was the explosion. So we're going to talk quickly about what led up to it. Honestly, I'm probably going to spend about half the class on Chernobyl because it is the most famous one. I'm also going to say this. I'm going to link a bunch of resources onto Google Classroom. I just haven't had time yet. I forgot there was chapel this morning, so there's a lot of stuff that just didn't get done yet. So with that in mind, I will link all this stuff. I will also be linking several videos, and especially I have videos, well, they're on YouTube. I have links to videos of the newscasts from back in the day, okay? Which naturally, when Chernobyl happened, of course Western media just hyped it up because, yeah, drive that fear, yeah, prove how dumb the Russians are. You know, that was that kind of idea. And again, not getting into that, not what this class is about. But of course it was that. And then if you notice, they treat the Japanese incident much more nicely than they did the Chernobyl incident, even though they were about the same as far as level of stupidity. So obviously political affiliation there is going to slant the reporting. So I'll link those. I'll also link to a few other videos as well as some articles. I'll give comprehensive links there. It's a great topic to dive into. It's almost a bottomless pit. Once you start researching this, you kind of end up in one of those YouTube spirals, if you know what I mean. This is why I end up with so much information. This is why I have a whole binder just for one chapter. Is because this topic lends itself to that. So, and I'll do that with the Manhattan Project as well, not just nuclear energy. I'll have 2 posts in Google Classroom, so you guys can research this more, and perhaps maybe even get a less biased perspective, because honestly, anyone who doesn't think they're biased is wrong. Okay, so I'll admit I'm biased, but so is everyone else. The only difference is I admit it. So, moving on. Chernobyl disaster. All right. This was on the 25th and 26th. It started right before midnight, so pinpointing a date is kind of funky. For all intents and purposes, we consider this to have happened on Saturday the 26th of April. But we need to go through a bit of backstory here. Let me see here. So here is what the premise was. Let's see here. So the idea here is the Chernobyl reactor was an unsafe design to start with. And so instead of just decommissioning it and starting over with a fresh design, the idea was, well, let it stay in operation and we'll fix it as we go. It's nuclear power, but okay. And so a big part of this was their cooling system really didn't have a lot of backup power. Now, they did think about backup power. Keep in mind, yes, a reactor can create its own power, but there's extenuating circumstances, so you may need a diesel generator backup to run the cooling system if something ever were to go wrong. Okay, so this is what they were trying to fix. The problem they ran into here was, what happens if the reactor needs to be basically emergency shut down? Okay, this was the plan. What happens if that needs to be emergency shut down and we don't have power from the grid? Well, in that scenario, you have it's about 50 seconds before the diesel generators can get up to speed fast enough to where they can actually provide cooling. A lot can happen in 50 seconds in a nuclear reactor. Okay? So much so that this is considered an unacceptable safety risk. Okay? We're going to get into it. All right. So that's the idea. This is the whole premise of what we're going to talk about, is they're trying to fix this method, and they had the idea of, well, this is easy. We have this thing generating output power, so let's see if we can keep that steam turbine that it's turning running long enough to fill the difference until the diesel generators kick in enough to run the cooling pumps. Okay, that was the idea. The idea being, in the event of some sort of strike, in the event, because again, Cold War, in the event of some sort of natural disaster, they needed some sort of backup plan to keep this thing from, well, doing what it did. Okay, so that was the idea. So it was about a 1-minute gap that they needed to fix. And so they had run similar tests on other reactors before to try to fix this problem. Hadn't been successful yet, so they were trying to get a better safety plan in place. On the surface, actually not a horrible idea of like, we need to figure this thing out. This thing's scheduled for shutdown anyway. We'll try it then. And we've got backup systems just in case. Okay? Controlled scenario, we can test this without endangering anyone is the theory. So, because the diesel generators would kick in within 15 seconds, but it takes a while for them to spin up. Okay, does that make sense? Again, 80s. Now, a couple problems with this test. First of all, it was not fully coordinated with either the chief designer of the reactor or the scientific manager. Second of all, it was approved only by the director of the plant, and even that wasn't according to protocol. Now, to be clear, if the test had been carried out as it was planned, when it was planned, it would have gone well. Does that make sense? It would have been perfectly safe. Everything would have been fine. And to be clear, the Chernobyl power plant had been in operation for 2 years without this capability. So, like, it's been a problem. We need to fix the problem, but at the same time, nothing's gone wrong in the last 2 years. And so here was the idea. The reactor was to be running at a low power level between 700 and 800 megawatts. Yes, that's low power for a reactor. Okay. The steam turbine generator was to be run up to full speed. Once the turbine was at full speed, the idea was we'll turn off the turbine generator and let it freewheel down and keep moving the emergency coolant until the generators kicked in. That was the idea of the test. Seems pretty simple on the surface. Okay? Well, this was supposed to be happening on the day shift of the 25th of April, 1986. Okay. You may have noticed there's a date change. Okay, we're going to get into this. The day shift workers have been instructed in advance and were familiar with established procedures. A special team of electrical engineers was present to test the new voltage regulating system. So you had everyone on staff ready to go, ready to run this test. Everyone was trained. Everyone knew for sure what they were doing. These are all experienced scientists. They're not fooling around. Okay? They know better. However, power was, another regional power station right around that time unexpectedly went offline. And so the Kiev power manager basically told Chernobyl, hey, you can't shut down yet. Okay, and that's exactly what the power manager is supposed to do. Yes, I know you had a scheduled shutdown. You need to wait until we can go without your reactor. Okay, without your plant. And so what started to happen is, okay, everything got delayed, but they started preparing for the test anyway because most delays are usually hour. Not really a big deal, right? Well, despite this delay, preparations for the test not affecting the reactor's power were carried out, including the disabling of the emergency core cooling system, which is a passive active system of core cooling intended to provide water to the core and a loss of coolant accidents. Now, to be clear, it wouldn't have really helped anything with everything that went on, but like they disabled an emergency thing as a routine part of the test. And that's just, we're just getting started. All right, so, finally, At 23:04, so it's 11:04 at night, okay, because military time. 11:04 at night, finally the shutdown's allowed to resume. It was supposed to begin at 1 in the afternoon. It's 10 hours later. So not only is the day shift long gone, the evening shift is about to leave, and the night shift is coming in about 45 minutes. The test should have been finished with the day shift. The night shift should only have had to deal with, okay, everything's shut down, just keep everything from going back up, basically, and it's really easy to do that. All right, that was what the night shift was supposed to get. However, so the night shift have very limited time to prepare for and carry out the experiment because they're like, we're doing this anyway. No, you like, what? All the people who were trained on the thing are gone. Anyway. A further rapid decrease in the power level from 50% was executed during the shift changeover. Akimov was the chief of night shift, and Tuptanov was the operator responsible for the reactor's operational regimen, including the movement of control rods. Tuptanov was a young engineer who had worked independently as a senior engineer for approximately 3 months. When I say they were less experienced, I'm not kidding, because night shift goes to the newbies because, like, first of all, very little is going to happen because you don't need a lot of power at night, and B, because seniority. Okay? No one with the years of experience wants to work the night shift, because why would you? All right? So, the test plan called for a gradual decrease in power from reactor 4 to a thermal level of 700 to 1,000 megawatts. And so they achieved that at 12:05 in the morning on the 26th of April. However, because the reactor was powering down, Xenon 135, which will stop the reaction or slow down the reaction quite a bit, was being formed as a byproduct. Okay? The problem with that then is it's a neutron absorber, so it's going to keep fission from happening, which means you're not going to stay at 700 megawatts. So this keeps dropping quickly down to 500 megawatts, and in order to fix it, he accidentally pulled the control or pushed the control rods instead of pulling them. So it basically near shut down the reactor down to 30 watts or 30 megawatts in a matter of a few seconds. Okay. So now it was producing only 5% of the minimum initial power level established as safe for the test. Control room personnel decided to restore power by disabling the automatic system governing the control rods and manually extracting the majority of the reactor control rods to their upper limits. Several minutes elapsed between the extraction and the point the power output began to increase and subsequently stabilize at around 160 to 200 megawatts, which is much smaller than 700 for those of you keeping score. Now, because of the reactor poisoning, which is the term for neutron inhibitor being generated, as a result of that reactor poisoning, alarms were triggered, emergency signals were being sent to the control room, and large variations in the flow rate of feed water, as well as from relief valves, were opened to relieve excess steam. And so between 12:35 and 12:45, alarms are just getting ignored because they're just trying to get the power level back up. So finally, nearly all the control rods were actually removed manually, okay, except for the 18 that were fail-safe that were left in place. Now, all the automated systems at this point were turned off. They were running the reactor full manual, which is never a place you want to be with a reactor, okay, especially one capable of producing this much output. So finally they get to where, okay, it's good enough, we're going to go ahead and run the test. At 1:23 a.m., the experiment began. The generators needed to pick up the power needs, or the generators would pick up the power needs by 1:23:43, so they had about 40 seconds to fill the gap. As the momentum of the turbine generator decreased, so did the power produced for the pumps. This slowed down the water flow rate, which led to the increase of steam bubbles in the core. Now, unlike Western reactors, bubbling in the core in this reactor design, in the RBMK designs, they had a positive void coefficient of reactivity. In other words, as the water began to bubble, it would actually increase the rate of reaction. So this reactor went from, and to be clear, this is extremely estimated based on hindsight and math, okay? We don't actually know because, like, dial straight up broke, okay? So, at this point, we went from 300 megawatts or so to, within 3 seconds, getting up to 530 megawatts. And within a few seconds of that, it went over 30,000 megawatts. It's a massive amount of power basically being completely unchecked. At 123.40, as recorded by the control system, a scram of the reactor was initiated. This is also known as the AZ5 button. Basically, they have a single button. They can slam it. It forces all the control rods back into place, shuts down the reactor. Okay, worst case scenario, there is an emergency, big red button, do not press in case of emergency. Like, that's what the thing is. So they hit that button, and the drive mechanism on all control rods to fully insert them, including the manual control rods that have been withdrawn earlier. Now, we don't know why they pressed the button, whether it was because of high temperatures, whatever happened, but what we do know is that 30,000, I was telling you, was after the scram. It was after the emergency shutdown. Because they had tipped the control rods with graphite. So you had all these control rods that were completely removed, now all of a sudden tipped, that's now being inserted into the reactor core with something that will rapidly increase nuclear fission until it's all the way down. Now, a steam explosion is what actually occurred. Again, reactors cannot nuclear explode. It's not possible. However, the water can break through the pressure vessel, no problem. Okay? That's a thing that can happen. And so that explosion basically was just a steam explosion that caused the boiler and the fuel inside to get ejected up and into the atmosphere. There was a second explosion that damaged the core and effectively terminated the nuclear chain reaction. The ejected graphite and demolished channels still in the remains of the reactor vessel caught fire on exposure to air because that's what graphite does. Okay? And these things were really, really hot. So all they needed was oxygen and they were going. Okay? The air ignited the hot graphite, started a graphite fire, and quite a bit of stuff went on. Now, I really have to speed up the reaction here, but the discussion here. But that's the short of it, is they had everything shut off, and again, I'm glossing over levels of stupidity here, okay? But they had everything switched to manual, the design was unsafe, and worst of all, there was no containment vessel. Nothing. So you had this case of a steam explosion being able to eject nuclear fuel out the roof and then onto the ground. That's what happened. Okay? You should have feet of concrete around a reactor just in case. Because then if a reactor melts down, there's still no radiation emitted to the atmosphere. The Soviet Union did not even acknowledge the incident until radiation levels spiked in Scandinavian countries. I want to say Finland, but don't quote me on that. They didn't even acknowledge it. They didn't evacuate Pripyat until a good day later. There is so much more I want to talk about this, but I just legitimately do not have time. I will put links on Google Classroom, but we have to go. The second big one that we still think of today is Fukushima Daiichi, and I think I'm saying that right. This reactor had issues on the 11th of March 2011. Now, to be clear, this was not solely a nuclear accident. Okay, This was a natural disaster that led to a nuclear accident. Okay? What happened is, oh goodness, I want to get the date right. Okay, it was the same day. So earlier that morning, there was an earthquake off the coast of Japan. Okay? This earthquake was like an 8.3, I think. Oh goodness, I cannot remember these numbers off the top of my head, and I don't have anything highlighted. Genius. Big earthquake. Okay, I don't remember the exact magnitude. All right, giant earthquake happens off the coast of Japan, which, of course, if you all remember anything about oceanics and what happens when there's an earthquake in the ocean. Tsunami. Yeah. So the earthquake was bad enough, okay, because it did affect this area a bit. But then a tsunami comes and hits the thing full force, okay? That's what led to the nuclear incident. Now, the biggest problem here is the fact that they had warning. They had warning to fix their issues, to make themselves, I don't want to say tsunami-proof, but to retrofit in case of a tsunami. Because, knowledge from when it was built to later expanded. So they were given an opportunity to address it. And so we're going to talk about that in just a minute. Okay? The other thing is that they built really, really close to the ocean. It was on the coast. Why? I get Japan's an island nation, so you don't really have a whole lot of options, but come on. Why would you build... The coast is for beaches. You move the power plant inland. What are y'all doing? Okay, moving on. I'm done. I'm done with that. All right, so here's the main issue here. In 1967, layout of the emergency cooling system was criticized. Okay? Now, this was discovered in February 2012 when people started researching and, the aftermath. Everyone does research all of a sudden. And basically, the original plan separated the piping systems for 2 reactors and the isolation condenser from each other. However, the application for approval of the construction plan showed the 2 piping systems connected outside the reactor. The changes were not noted in violation of regulations. After the tsunami, the isolation condenser should have taken over the function of the cooling pumps by condensing the steam from the pressure vessel into water to be used for cooling the reactor. However, the condenser did not function properly, and TEPCO could not even confirm whether a valve was even open. Okay? So in 1967, they changed the layout when they were constructing it and didn't tell anybody. In 1991, one of the 2 backup generators of Reactor 1 failed after flooding in the reactor's basement. Seawater used for cooling leaked into the turbine building from a corroded pipe at 20 cubic meters per hour, as reported by former employees in December of 2011. An engineer was quoted as saying that he informed his superiors of the possibility that a tsunami could damage the generators. TEPCO installed doors to prevent water from leaking into the generator rooms. Yay. Okay. The Japanese Nuclear Safety Commission stated that it would revise its safety guidelines and would require the installation of additional power sources. On the 29th of December 2011, TEPCO admitted all these facts. Its report mentioned that the room was flooded through a door and some holes for cables, but the power supply was not cut off by the flooding, and the reactor was stopped for 1 day. One of the 2 power sources was completely submerged, but its drive mechanism had remained unaffected. In other words, they did admit, yes, it did flood, but it also did not turn off the generators, because we had tried to work on that after finding that out. Okay. In 2007, TEPCO set up a department to supervise its nuclear facilities. Until June 2011, its chairman was Masao Yoshida, the Fukushima Daiichi chief. The chief of the power plant was put in charge of power plant safety. Good job. A 2008 in-house study identified an immediate need to better protect the facility from flooding by seawater. This study mentioned the possibility of tsunami waves up to 10.2 meters, or 33 feet. Headquarters officials insisted that such a risk was unrealistic and did not take the prediction seriously. Mr. Okamura of the Active Fault and Earthquake Research Center urged TEPCO and NISA to review their assumption of possible tsunami heights based on a 9th century earthquake, but it was not seriously considered at that time. The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission warned of a risk of losing emergency power in 1991, and NISA referred to the report in 2004. No action to mitigate the risk was taken. There were also government committees, such as the one in Cabinet Office in 2004, where warnings were ignored that tsunamis were taller than the maximum of 5.6 meters forecast by TEPCO and government officials were possible. Japan, like the rest of the Pacific Rim, is in an active seismic zone prone to earthquakes. It would be like building a nuclear reactor out in Cabazon. Not exactly a smart idea. Okay. Wind power, on the other hand, great for out there because seriously, it never stops. Okay, so anyway. Solar would also be great out there, but we're moving on. The International Atomic Energy Agency had expressed concern about the ability of Japan's nuclear plants to withstand earthquakes. A 2008 meeting of the G8's Nuclear Safety and Security Group in Tokyo, an IAEA expert, warned that a strong earthquake with a magnitude above 7 could pose a serious problem for Japan's nuclear power station. The region had experienced 3 earthquakes of magnitude greater than 8, including the 869 Senriku earthquake, the 1896 Senriku earthquake, and the 1933 Senriku earthquake. I'm sensing a pattern. Anyway, so they knew large earthquakes were possible. They knew tsunamis were possible because they're an island nation and they're not complete idiots. However, TEPCO, on the other hand, kind of is. Because despite knowing this, they're like, nah, it's fine. Except it wasn't. All right. Oh, there we go. There's the... I knew I had it in here. It was a 9.0 earthquake. Okay? Which the tsunami created its own damage and took its own casualties. It's kind of hard to separate the casualties from the tsunami and anything that happened with the nuclear power plant because, like, everything happened within hours of each other, and so, like, it's pretty well understood that the nuclear power actually didn't do any fatalities. Again, hard to separate. So this earthquake triggered a 13 to 15 meter, or 43 to 49 feet, well above the 33, tsunami that arrived approximately 50 minutes later after the earthquake. The waves overtopped the plant's 5.7 meter seawall. Sweet. Flooding the basements of the power plant's turbine buildings and disabling the emergency diesel generators at approximately 3:41 p.m. TEPCO then notified authorities of a first-level emergency. The switching stations that provided power from the 3 backup generators located higher on the hillside failed when the building that housed them flooded. Power for the plant's control system switched to batteries designed to provide power for about 8 hours. Further batteries and mobile generators were dispatched to the site but were delayed by poor road conditions. The first did not arrive until, 2100. That's 9 p.m. Sweet. 6 hours later. Unsuccessful attempts were made to connect the portable generating equipment to the power water pumps. The failure was attributed to flooding at the connection point in the turbine hall basement and the absence of suitable cables. TEPCO then switched its efforts to installing new lines from the grid. One generator at Unit 6 resumed operation on the 17th of March, while external power returned to Units 5 and 6 only on March 20th. So needless to say, Units 1, 2, and 3 did melt down. However, they were in containment vessels. So there wasn't a ton of radiation released into the area. Weird how that works. Were there a lot of incidents? Yes. Am I completely glossing over several things because I'm running out of time? Yes. Okay. But the whole thing with this, okay, is that everything was basically contained. There is still an exclusion zone, but that's mostly out of an abundance of caution. Realistically speaking, there are still creatures living in the exclusion zone. Much like the exclusion zone around Chernobyl today, there's quite a bit of it you can actually go through. Okay, you need to be on a tour, and you need to take a Geiger counter with you because radiation is invisible, so you don't know if you're about to walk into a wall of it. Okay, so that's the issue. Same thing here. To be safe, I think it's only about 20 miles, though. It's really not that big of a... I mean, it's big for an island, but it's not as nearly as disastrous as Chernobyl was, where it affected multiple countries, because that's how far the radiation fallout was. Okay? So, all that being said, those are the 2 biggest nuclear reactor disasters. That's it. It's been 2. It's been over 100 years. As a matter of fact, these 2 are so rare that they're really the only thing that anyone can point to against nuclear power. Allow me to clarify that. Now, to be clear, this chart is hypothetical. Okay? And here's what we mean by that. We basically took existing data and said how many people would be dead if this were the only source of power based on the world's power needs. Now, this chart was also made in 2014. It is just the most recent thing I could find. Okay? On quick notice in 20 minutes. All right? So, just to be clear. So brown coal versus coal, I know there's a difference. I just don't know how much of one. But if you combine them, that's almost 9 million, or that is above 9 million. Okay, and this is, I'm sorry, this is specifically in 1 year. Coal, both brown and black coal, again, I'm not 100% sure of the distance. I tried looking a difference. I looked it up a little bit, and they started talking about the physical differences. I'm like, okay, well, what's the difference for power generation? And then I ran out of time. So anyway, so brown coal and coal together, about 9 million. Oil alone is near 3 million. Biomass, which is a study of using things like algae, things like that for fuel, under 1 million is about 750,000. Natural gas, I think that's natural gas. I'm going to go with it. Less than 500,000. We're getting close, but less than 500,000. Nuclear would be less than 12,000 people. And the reason why that number is as high as it is because the data gets skewed here. And let me explain. Because nuclear power is such a small percentage, due largely to public opinion more than its benefits. It's such a small percentage that one accident has a greater effect on this kind of data. Okay? And I think this is also rounding in like several years worth of data into one. And so it might include something like the Fukushima Daiichi incident, where you have many more all at once, but then that's it. Again, if we just look at the data, nuclear is the safest form of energy. Okay? Nuclear takes less than, on average, less than 5 lives per year, honestly. Now, again, this is changed to show what if everyone was using one type of power. So if we all went nuclear, yes, there would be more lives because percentages. Okay? To be clear. But notice, I mean, do you see the difference? Okay, I would like to refer to a table. I tried to find this table again because I wanted to pull it in, but the Wikipedia page has changed. That's the nature of Wikipedia. And again, just throwing this out there. And so this is the chart that was left in its place. However, in the year 2012, and so there's a reason why this was updated. Okay, in the year 2012, coal globally is responsible for 41% of the electricity, and in deaths per picowatt hour, and that's not pico, sorry, no, what is P? Capital P. In a unit of measurement, okay, it's deaths per some amount, yeah, I think it's peta, that's what it is, thank you. Deaths per petawatt hour. Okay, so globally, coal takes over 100,000 people per petawatt hour. Okay, again, this is from 2012 though. In the U.S., that number is down to about 10,000 because we have a lot more restrictions on, like working conditions being, safe. Moving on. Oil, about 36,000. Natural gas, about 4,000. Biofuel and biomass, about 24,000. Solar, about 440. Literally, more people fall off of roofs and die each year installing solar panels than die each year in nuclear accidents or nuclear power production. Let that sink in for a minute. Wind power, 150. Again, mostly construction issues. Hydropower, about 1,400. And now that's down to 5 in the U.S. because, again, we have a lot more regulations. Nuclear globally is 90. In the U.S. it's 0.1. 0.1 deaths per year. The whole reason nuclear power is avoided is twofold. First of all, is public perception. Most people vote they don't want nuclear power, if given an option, because they're not educated on the topic. Okay? It is the safest and it is the best for the environment, as we discussed in class. Okay, because I straight up just pulled the slide from my notes. It's the safest and most efficient form of power production we have available to us right now. Okay? But most of the time people are panicked because they remember Chernobyl, because they remember Fukushima Daiichi, And they remember 3 Mile Island in the U.S. Now, I haven't talked about it in here, but that was the largest nuclear incident in the U.S. and with 0 fatalities. 0. And no spike in background radiation. But the U.S. media did what the U.S. media does and sensationalized it. Because ratings. Because they're ad companies. And so the public opinion against nuclear power is now so strong that despite it being legitimately the safest and cleanest form of energy that we have available to us to date, it's barely used at all. As a matter of fact, in Germany, they're shutting down all their power plants, all their nuclear power plants, in favor of trying to go to more renewable energy. However, in the meantime, they now have to burn more coal. And it's estimated that that will cost tens of thousands of deaths due to air pollution. The biggest reason why I harp on this chapter so much is not just because it's cool to read about, although I do enjoy the studying it and I do enjoy the talking about it. It's because ignorance is the enemy of advancement. And I never want it to be said that someone who went through my class was ignorant. Because again, if you just look at the data, it is the safest, cleanest form of energy. Now, does that mean we stop looking? No. Does that mean solar doesn't have its time and place? No. To be clear, around here, solar on your rooftop is a great way to cut your energy bill, especially with electric prices now. It's a terrific way to get yourself less dependent on a grid. I mean, it's terrific for that, because you're not going to go out back and create your own nuclear reactor. Please don't. Okay? That's not going to happen. However, think about somewhere, say, and I'm just throwing it for instance out there, Michigan, Canada, Seattle. How good do you think solar is going to work up there? What if you're not in a super windy area? Well, you're stuck either burning coal or using a nuclear reactor, because solar and wind just aren't going to cut it. And so that's what I really want to point out here is that, yes, it doesn't mean we don't move forward. It doesn't mean we don't try to experiment with fusion and try to get that going, because then, hey, more helium. Woohoo. Okay? Who cares? Very few byproducts of it. Awesome. Let's try to get that working and get that going so we can stop doing this. But it doesn't mean we don't use this in the meantime. And that's the biggest problem I have. All right, I'll see you guys later. Remember, you guys have a test next 2 days over Chapter 17. And I will see you guys later. I will try to get those links up on Google Classroom at some point this week. I'm not going to even say today. This week. They'll get up there. All right, see you guys.
All right, guys. We are on page 386. Page 386, 12.10, trade credit, I believe. Yes, trade credit. Okay. For a new business, trade credit may be the most important means of short-term funds. Trade credit allows a period of time, usually 30 days, for the buyer to pay for the purchased goods. This means that the retail store owner may purchase goods at wholesale prices and then pay the bill within 30 days. Okay? What that means is, okay, if you have a store where you're selling clothes, okay, you go to your wholesaler and you buy a whole bunch of clothes, it gives you 30 days to sell those clothes before you have to pay your bill to the wholesaler. Okay? It lets you get the revenue in so you don't have to have all that money up front. Okay? The buyer hopes that he will have sold a large portion of the goods at retail prices before the end of the 30 days. The cost to the businessman for using trade credit is the failure to receive a discount for paying cash within a shorter period of time. Sales symbols such as 2 to 10 and 30 are often used in business transactions. The 2 shows the percent of discount. The 10 is the discount period in days. The N means the net amount not paid within 10 days. And the 30 is the credit period. The discount period and the credit period are usually counted from the invoice date. The invoice is an itemized shipping bill listing goods, prices, shipping charges, and any other charges that apply. Sometimes an invoice statement will be denoted as EOM, which means that discount period and the credit period, which means the discount period and the credit period start from the end of the month in which the sale was made. The sales term 2 to 10 EOM means the customer has until the 10th of the next month to pay and still receive a cash discount of 2%. Sample list of explanations are given. So in the blue box right there, we have sales terms 2 to 10 and N to 30. 2% discount is applied to payments made within 10 days. The net is due within 30 days. Okay, 2 to 10, 130, and 60. A 2% discount is applied to payments made within 10 days. 1% discount is applied to payment made within 11 to 30 days. And the net is due within 60 days. Okay? So we have model problem here. The Dressmart receives a shipment with an invoice from World Manufacturing dated March 12th. The terms for the $976.10 bill were 2 to 10, N to 30. When was the last date for a cash discount? Okay, so for letter A, we're going to find the last date for the cash discount. The invoice was dated March 12th, so 10 days after March 12th, it's going to be March 22nd. So you have until March 22nd to make the payment in order to get a discount on it. To find the discount payment, find the amount of the discount and subtract the discount from the amount of the bill. Okay, the total bill was $976.10. 2% discount works out to be $19.52. So if you were to pay the bill in full within that 10 days, you'd only have to pay $956.58. Okay, N to 30. Okay, when is the last date the bill can be paid before it's overdue? So again, the bill was on March 12th. We're going to add 30 days. And that brings us to April 11th. Because there's 31 days in March, it's going to be April 11th. Okay? So, don't forget, you guys are going to have your final exam Your final is going to be over everything in the book. I've already given you the terms that you need to know last week. That final is going to be on Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday. So make sure you guys are studying for that. You're ready for it. It's going to be Wednesday. You will have more time this week to make up if you can't finish it in one day. Okay? Or one class period. So yeah, make sure you're prepared. Homework for tonight is, let's go 1 through 12. 1 through 12 on page 387. 1 through 12 on page 387. I'll put that up on Google Classroom here in a second.
Grace, sorry about that. We're on page 127 in our handbook, talking about triteness. So it's just one simple section today. Triteness, okay? Trite expressions are those which are dull or stale because of overuse. Such expressions rob your writing of freshness and vitality. Using trite expressions will make your reader think that you do not have the originality to express your idea in an interesting way, or that you are not sincerely interested in your topic. The following are examples of trite phrases. Let's go through these and see if you've ever heard of any of these phrases, okay? Add insult to injury. How many of you guys have ever heard that before? Okay, insult to injury. After all that has been said and done. That one's pretty common. Age before beauty. I think we've heard about that before. Almighty dollar. As luck would have it. Better late than never. Breakneck speed. Burning the midnight oil. Busy as a bee. Cut a long story short. Dead as a doornail. So all of these are expressions that are pretty common, and they're kind of just dull because they are common and they're overused. Okay, kind of alluded to the fact that when we were talking about previous sections, where a lot of people are always just like, without further ado, or whatever thing, like after all that's been said and done, just different expressions like that that kind of have not really as a meaning to them as they used to because of overuse, and they become dull or stale. So in order to have freshness, vitality in your writing, just avoid trite expressions, okay? We'll go into wordiness tomorrow, but let's look at page number 63 in our workbook. Page 63, exercise 120. Okay, just a few sentences there, just 5. All we're doing here is underlining the trite expressions. Okay, pretty easy. Let's look at number 1, okay? The heart of the matter is that a happy marriage can be as sweet as honey. Class, what can we look at here that probably are trite expressions? As sweet as honey, and then one more thing. Heart of the matter. Good. Number 2, I argued that the problem demanded drastic action because there was more to the problem than met the eye, but my arguments fell on deaf ears. Another trite expression, class? Okay, more to the problem than met the eye. What else? Fell on deaf ears. Okay. Your book is also underlining, well, in this book, it's also underlining the words drastic action, but to me, that's not exactly trite. It's just an adjective and a noun there. So more to the problem that met the eye, fell on deaf ears are definitely trite expressions, okay? Obviously, it's not that bad to use trite expressions, but if you're trying to have freshness and speak to where people probably wouldn't get bored, you would probably avoid trite expressions here. Okay, number 3. The pianist's whirlwind tour was a pronounced success. Everywhere he played, he received tumultuous applause. Okay, this one might be a little tough to spot. Who has this one, though? What was it? Whirlwind tour. Okay, whirlwind would be a trite expression. Good. Okay. You could definitely just say his tour, his piano tour, or just keep it normal there, simple. Okay, anything else? Tumultuous applause, good. Okay. And then pronounced success. You don't have to use the word pronounce. You can just say success. Number 4, against overwhelming odds, the athlete made a superhuman effort and won the marathon. Okay, good. Against overwhelming odds, superhuman effort. Good. And the last one, the people swallowed the con man's sales pitch, hook, line, and sinker. Soon his bogus oil stock was selling like hotcakes. Class? Hook, line, and sinker, and selling like hotcakes. Good. Okay. Just some trite expressions there that we could definitely avoid and simplify. Good. Okay, so we'll talk about wordiness tomorrow. That's for grammar today. Let's go ahead and look at literature really quickly. Again, with this section, there's no way we're going to finish it before school is out. So I've definitely abbreviated these for you. So when we go on, I'll definitely just assign the ones that we will be looking at. You should have read up to page number 337. But let's talk about Enoch Arden first, okay? So page 328. Have we talked about this yet? Enoch Arden? Not yet. Okay. So Enoch Arden, this was written by who, class? Okay. Alfred Lord Tennyson. So make sure you mark this one. This is one that I also want you to know about him. You want to know that it is a domestic idol. And you want to know that his Enoch Arden has been called one of the noblest stories of self-sacrifice in all literature, and probably the most popular of Tennyson's poem. Okay, so after Enoch Arden, you want to highlight this. He was known as poet of the people. We kind of already wanted to know that about Alfred Lord Tennyson, but after this poem, that for sure kind of solidified the fact that he was poet of the people. And the reason why was because Enoch Arden, it was the story of one of those stories that kind of get you feeling sorry for one of the characters and kind of just was like feeling inspired kind of thing. So self-sacrifice, one of the noblest stories of self-sacrifice. If you guys look in the first paragraph, let's summarize it for you. Okay, if you haven't read it, but look at the first paragraph, talking about 3 children. Okay, so 3 children of 3 houses: Annie Lee, the prettiest damsel in the port; Philip Ray, the miller's only son; and Enoch Arden, a rough sailor's lad, made orphan by winter shipwreck, played, and built their castles of dissolving sand. So it's talking about 3 little kids growing up together, basically. Okay, one was Annie Lee, Philip Ray, and Enoch Arden. If you guys look on page 329, the left-hand column at the top, okay, when the dawn of rosy childhood passed, so that means obviously they're growing up, okay, and the new warmth of life ascending sun was felt by either fixed his heart on that one girl. What do you think that means? Either fixed his heart on that one girl. What happened? They both liked her. They both fell in love with Annie Lee, okay? Obviously, that's a recipe for disaster if 2 best friends like the same girl. Okay, so they both loved, what's her name? Annie Lee. Okay, but look at this. Enoch spoke of his love. Philip loved in silence. Okay, and the girl seemed kinder unto Philip than to him, but she loved Enoch, though she knew it not, and would if asked, deny it. Enoch set a purpose evermore before his eyes to hoard all the savings to the uttermost, to purchase his own boat, make a home for Annie, and so prospered that at last a luckier or bolder fisherman and carefuller in peril did not breathe for leagues along that breaker-beaten coast than Enoch. Look at this. And ere he touched his 21st May, so May 21st, or he was 21 here when he turned 21 in May. He says he purchased his own boat and made a home for Annie, neat and nest-like, halfway up the narrow street that clambered toward the mill. So these were wed. So Enoch and Annie obviously got married, but poor Philip, he was left to obviously love her in secret. Just continuing on, Enoch and Annie, they had several kids. It talks about that with lines 40, with his babe's first cry, the noble wished to save all earnings to the uttermost and give his child a better bringing up than his had been or hers. A wish renewed when 2 years after came a boy to the rosy idol of her solitudes, while Enoch was abroad on wrathful sea. So basically, Enoch, we said that he was the son of obviously a fisherman, or a rough sailor's lad. Enoch, he wanted to make a life better for his family than he had been brought up, so he was gone a lot. Okay, so he had a lot of kids, he was gone a lot, and he actually was complaining a lot because he was poor and he wanted to give his family the best that he could. If you guys look in line 55, he seemed as in a nightmare of the night to see his children leading evermore low, miserable lives of hand to mouth, and her he loved, obviously talking about Annie, a beggar. So he didn't want to see his kids obviously being poor. He didn't want his wife to be a beggar. So if you guys look at the top on page 329, he decided to take a trip that would take him all the way on a route to China. It says, for he knew the man and valued him, reporting of his vessel, China bound. So obviously he wanted to take it. In line number 82, Annie fought against his will, besought him, supplicating if he cared for her and his dear children not to go. Obviously, she didn't want him to be gone that long. But line number 88, for Enoch parted with his old sea friend, bought Annie goods and stores, and set his hand to fit their little streetward sitting room with shelf and corner for the good stores. That's what she wanted him to do. She wanted Enoch to stop traveling, but then he ended up in line 100. He tells her, I'll be back, my girl, before you know it. So obviously he ends up leaving, during which you guys turn the page while he's gone. Look at this in lines number 121. Obviously his wife, she mourned his absence as his grave. She set her sad will no less to chime with his, but throve not in her trade. That means she did not prosper in her attempts at shopkeeping, not being bred to barter or bargain. So, because she was a little more fortunate child, so she wasn't able to keep up with the family business. In line 129, they had a sick baby. So just a lot of struggles that his family was going through, and obviously he, being the provider, wanted to provide for their family. So that's why he took this job. But in line number 134, it's kind of sad how in that same week Annie buried it, talking about their kid. The kid died. Look at this, line number 35, who starts to swoop in, class. What is his name? Philip. Philip's true heart, which hungered for her peace. Since Enoch left, he had not looked upon her. So he was a good best friend. He didn't obviously try to take Annie for his own. They were married, so he just obviously left it at that. He says, surely, said Philip, I may see her now, and may be some little comfort. Therefore went, Annie, I came to ask a favor of you. And the favor would be, if you guys look in 155, it says, Annie, for I am rich and well-to-do, now let me put the boy and girl to school. This is the favor that I came to ask. Because obviously he loves Annie, and he sees that she's struggling. So he just wanted to be a good friend to Enoch and to just help put the kids through school. So line 164 and 165, then Philip put the boy and girl to school, bought them needful books. And actually, it was over a few years. This just wasn't a few weeks, okay? A few years that Enoch was gone. And if you guys look at lines number 166, but Philip did not fathom Annie's mind. Scarce could the woman, when he came upon her, out of a full heart and boundless gratitude, light on a broken word to thank him with. But Philip was her children's all in all. So Annie, she still loved Enoch, but then her kids, they were looking up at Philip as a father figure. You see that in the next stanza. It chanced one evening, Annie's children longed to go with the others, nutting to the wood, and Annie would go with them. Then they begged, come with us, Father Philip. So it's kind of like sad in a way how Enoch was obviously gone, and at least the kids had a father figure. But I actually kind of related to the story a lot because my dad, when I was like up until maybe 10, he would be gone for like 8 to 10 months out of the whole year. And sometimes when he would come back when I was little, like my mom cried because like we wouldn't recognize my own dad because that's how long he's been gone. So kind of like with Enoch, obviously Enoch is gone, but later on in the story, it kind of tells us why he's gone. But let's keep reading, okay? So Philip, he wanted to be with the family. If you guys look at lines number 185, this is after a few years. And then Philip, coming somewhat closer, spoke, O Annie, it is beyond all hope, against all chance, that he who left you 10 long years ago. So it wasn't just a few years. It was 10 years that Enoch was gone without a word. Okay? So obviously, as a wife, wouldn't you think that your husband is dead? I would begin to definitely as well. But it says that he who left you 10 long years ago should still be living. Well, then let me speak. I wish you for my wife. I fain would prove a father to your children. Basically saying it just makes sense. Like, your husband's gone. I want you to be my wife. Line number 200. Can one love twice? Can you ever be loved as Enoch was? Was it that, what is it that you ask? She's basically kind of giving her doubt. She's saying, is someone able to love two people? Am I going to compare my love to you, to Enoch? Am I going to have to love you more than Enoch? Just different things, natural, doubts that someone would have when someone would ask them of this. Look at line 202. I am content, he answered, to be loved a little after Enoch. So he loves Annie. He said that it's fine if you love him a little more, just let me be there for you, basically like that. But look at line number 205, okay? 204. Dear Philip, wait a while. If Enoch comes, but Enoch will not come. It's kind of like that dialogue there. She's saying, Dear Philip, wait a while. If Enoch comes, then obviously Philip is saying, but Enoch will not come. But then she says, yeah, wait a year. A year is not so long. And Philip answered, I will bide my year. Okay, so she basically says, all right, let's wait another year. Might as well. It's not a year. We've been waiting for 10 years. We might as well wait another year. Line number 214. She asked for another month after the year was up because she was just very uncertain. But he said, take your time, Annie. Take your own time, basically giving her the time she needed. Longer story short, she basically ended up marrying him. They ended up having some kids. And then it actually started out with what Enoch was doing this whole time, okay? Look at line number on the right-hand column at the top of the page, line number 237. And where was Enoch? Prosperously sailed the ship Good Fortune and sent her sweetly by the Golden Isles till silent in her oriental haven. So he did make it to China, okay? There, Enoch traded for himself and bought a gilded dragon also for the babes. And on the way home, look what happened. Less lucky her home voyage, the crash of ruin, and the loss of all, but Enoch and two others. So what happened, guys? Shipwreck, okay? Shipwreck on the way home. Everyone perished except for Enoch and then two others. Half the night, buoyed upon floating tackle and broken spars, these drifted, talking about Enoch and the two others, stranding on an isle at morn. Rich but the loneliness at sea, they built and thatched with leaves of palm a hut, dwelt with eternal summer, ill content. So they built a hut on this isle that they landed on. For one, the youngest, lay lingering out of 5 years, death and life. They could not leave him after he was gone. Enoch's comrade, careless of himself, fell, sun-stricken, and that other lived alone, a shipwrecked sailor waiting for a sail. Basically, Enoch was the only one that survived. And he basically was just on this island for 10 years. If you guys look on line 260, not yet had perished when his lonely doom came suddenly to an end. So another ship, blown by baffling winds, like the Good Fortune from her destined course, stayed by this isle, not knowing where she lay. They sent him a crew in search of stream or fount, so they were looking for fresh water, filled the shores with clamor. Downward from his mountain gorge stepped the long-haired, long-bearded solitary. So he's grown out his hair, he's grown out his beard. And then they gave him clothes and a free passage home, so he was able to go home. Okay, but in the meantime, so it's kind of like one of those stories where it's with the wife and her story, but then at the same time, it was all that was going on. So tomorrow we'll discuss basically the ending of the story as well as Idols of the King. But if you haven't read it, if you want to read it for yourself, you can, but we'll discuss the rest of what happens in the story. Tonight, go ahead and read pages 338 to 341. We'll catch up there eventually, but 338 to 341. It's the passing of Arthur. Who remembers what story that we talked about with Arthur being dead? It was during the medieval times. What was it? Mort D'Arthur. So that was This is Alfred Lord Tennyson's take on the passing of Arthur, or the death of Arthur. Okay, so go ahead and read page 338 to 341, the passing of Arthur. Make sure you're working on your papers. That's due this Friday. If you have any questions, we'll discuss that more in depth tomorrow. But your research paper, so the final draft, which includes obviously the title page, the outline, the paper, and then your works cited page is all due on Friday, and that'll be one big staple. But we'll discuss that more in depth tomorrow. Tonight for homework is list 12 vocabulary words 1 through 6 twice. Okay, and then be ready for your poetic devices quiz on Friday. It's from poetic diction to scop, but we'll continue on. But it's poetic diction all the way to scop. That'll be on Friday, but kind of like what we've been doing for the past few weeks is just taking the week to study them and then having the quiz on Friday. Okay, are there any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.